Gotta get TVs on. Okay, good morning, everybody. Doug, good morning, everybody. Um, let's get it. Let's have a word of prayer. Shh, and let's get started. Let's pray. Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for the week that's almost over. Thank you for what you've done. I just pray that you just help us to mindfully be thinking about what we're doing, what we're saying, how we're doing it, why we're doing it. Help us to have a good day, Father. Help us to put you first in every aspect of today and direct us in thy precious name. Amen. I don't think I need to say anything. I think you know why I hesitated. Okay, don't forget tomorrow, Doug, don't start. Boys, don't start. Girls, don't start, please. Tomorrow you have a verse quiz, Proverbs 13:20. If you have not turned in Quiz 11 worksheet, you need to get that turned in. It hasn't been graded yet, so make sure that you get that in, please. Okay, this is where we left off yesterday, talking about, well, we were talking about the mom's um, responsibility problems, greatest problem. Let's take that to the dad side of it, okay? So in the area of discipline, under disciplining, over disciplining, okay? A lot of times this happens. These are the two problems. And sometimes emotions get in the way. We all know that. And sometimes that line between numbers 1 and 2 right there is a fine line, okay? There are some parents that don't know when to stop the punishment, okay? The disciplining. Or how severe of a discipline. Or, let's go to the other side, how less of discipline, okay? It comes with learning, okay? Comes with experience, a lot of it. But this is where a lot of the problem lies. Ephesians 6:4 says, "And ye fathers provoke not your children to wrath, but bring them up in the nurture and admonition of the Lord." So what is the danger dads must avoid in disciplining their children? Provide or provoking children to the wrath, okay? You know you've done wrong, okay? And you know that if you're honest with yourself, you know that you need the discipline. You need to be disciplined. But the anger comes when it's excessive, okay? And so that's when parents shouldn't provoke children, okay? Although your father might not always discipline as he should, okay? And again, as we're talking through this whole thing, I'm just going to keep reiterating this, Adrian, that even though we've got our categories, we're talking about both sides of the marriage, both sides of the family, mom and dad, okay? Remember that he does love you, okay? I know that there's situations out there, and then God, it's sad to say, but into today's society, you wonder why some people had kids because they don't show love. They don't love them. Why it is, why they have them, I don't know, but they have them. But let's just put a high percentage on this. 98% of the dads, they do love you, or they do love their children, and the discipline he does and ministers is meant for their benefit. Okay, the child's benefit, not his. So that's your lesson in a nutshell. Okay, teacher's lessons. Men and women are different. Yeah, really. No. I will give you three. I'll give you three major areas. Okay? Yeah, Maria ages. Maria ages. I'll give you three Maria ages. Yeah. Okay? Or mages. Mages. Moving on. Their needs. Okay? As we found out, and talking about the mom's needs, dad's needs, they are different. Okay? What is, ladies, tell these guys, what is one need that you as females really like to have? What? Derek? Derek? No. Just kidding. Just kidding. Okay. Okay. So, Gabby, you said attention? Okay. That's true. Love? Okay. Any ladies? Hey, gentlemen, stop talking and pay attention. Any other thing, any other areas that you... Okay. 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 Now, now DLs, I can feel since we've been talking about this in science, I can feel the radio waves coming through all of this system because I know a lot of you are, the females, are itching to say something. I wished you could, but I think they are saying it for you, okay? They've said love, they said attention, they said listening, they've said, what was the fourth one? Put the same into the relationship, okay?
Like, are they married? Are they dating?
Okay. Now, hey. Okay. Now. Okay. Amethyst, please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Okay. Now, we're talking from the idea of a marriage scenario, but that's not. Now, hold on. That is not the case, too. Everything you said is in a dating relationship, too. Okay? The boys, you need to listen to them if you're going to be dating someone. You need to show the love to them because they are your possible future mate. They are. You need to, okay? I'm not joking. What? Stop, please. If you can learn what they're asking now, that's going to help in the marriage to come. Okay? It is. It is. It is. Exactly. But it doesn't happen. Number two. Shh. Doug, number two. Their temperaments. Okay? It's easy. Shh. It's easy for one side or the other to say that the other one is more temperamental. But that's not the case. Both sides, male, female, are both temperamental in things, okay? And so both sides have to get it under control. Number three, their responsibility. No, because we're not there yet. Okay. Okay, gentlemen. Gentlemen. Now, Jeremiah, Adam. Hey, guys. I know that you want to say some things now too, so I feel the vibes coming from you guys. Okay? But now, in class here, shh, pay attention. Girls, stop. Okay, guys, what are your needs? What are some of your needs? Adrian, enough's enough. Okay? The guys. Guys, what are some of your needs? Doug, you brought it up. Serious needs. Okay? Serious. They were serious in their suggestions. Give me your serious ones. Okay? Gentlemen, Ricky, come up here to the front table. Adrian, front table. Right now, guys. I don't care what you asked. Yep. Okay, gentlemen, ladies, Gabby, I asked them to be quiet for you, be quiet for them. Isaac, respect. Okay? Doug, give me one. Amethyst, please. Okay, understanding. Anybody else want to share into this? Okay? Okay. Ladies, you've got it easy. They only want two things. Oh, now you want to add to the list. Isaac.
To be honest, all I need is Legos, food, and something to
Okay. Let's move on. Now, hey, the differences, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, enough. Okay? It's one thing to have fun in the discussion, but when it's time to stop, stop. Please. The differences that you showed, or you said, or that we've discussed, okay? Even those three differences, major areas of differences, complete the couple, complete the marriage. Please stop. Stop the humming. If you can't be quiet, there's the doors. And you got a 0 for the day. The differences, and this is why God made man and woman different in all areas, because the differences complement each other, or they help each other in the couple situation. Okay? The husband plus the wife makes one flesh. That's the Bible. Okay? That's the Bible. Man shall leave his father and leave his parents and cleave to his wife, and they shall both become one flesh. That's scripture. That's your mathematical formula right there. The principle of leaving. You've got to leave your parents to join with your spouse. You got to do it. And as we said yesterday, Doug, and as we said yesterday, nowadays things are so expensive, and they're probably going to get more expensive, that it's hard to move out because of that. Your parents are willing to let you live with them, but there's got to be a point where you come to the realization that you got to leave. Okay, you can't be under, quote, you're behind your mother's apron all the time. Okay, you've got to have your own way of living. You've got to make your own decisions when it comes to that. And so that's why the Bible puts it this way. You've got to cleave and leave, or leave and cleave. Okay? They must leave their parents. We've been saying this. They must leave their own rights for the rights of the other. If you can do this, and if you can learn to do it now in your dating relationships, your marriage relationship will be much better. But if you are self-centered in your dating relationships, you're just going to be even more self-centered when it comes to your marriage. Okay? We're not all perfect. Okay? We're all going to have some faults with this. But if we work at it, that's what the other spouse wants to know. If you can be willing to work. Yes, Ricky.
So if you're super self-centered, what is if you're single, then would that mean you're super self-centered?
No. You just don't. If you stay single, that just means you're not interested in the marriage aspect. Okay? We're not going that in a direction, please. It doesn't mean you're self-centered at all at that point. Self-centered means that everything's got to be your way. Okay? Just because you're single doesn't mean that everything's got to be your way. Because there's other aspects in your life that you're going to be giving into. Work situations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? So that is the idea of self-centered. Okay? That everything's got to be your way. Okay? The principle of cleaving. Leaving and cleaving. Cleaving to your mate. Joining together. Okay? To be one flesh. Shh. Because you place responsibility on your spouse. Okay? Or priority, not responsibility. You put priority on your spouse more than you. And that's where the self-centeredness goes out. Because you're putting priority on the other person. Okay? The practice of the principle is this. Don't allow the home to become child-centered. Shh. A spouse will get annoyed and upset if the other spouse shows more interest in the kids than they do them.
That's true.
Okay? You got to love them, but you also got to love your spouse in equal term. The couple must invest time into their marriage. True, that's true. Dating relationships. If you want a good dating relationship, guys, ladies, you've got to take some time and effort into that situation. Okay? You can't just expect the other one to do whatever it is you want them to do. Okay? There's got to be a time put into it. You got to invest some time. They complete each other. I'm seeing how far I can get here. Husbands and wives complete each other. Ladies, Doug. Shh. The wife is the crown to her husband. In Proverbs 31:11 to 12, it says, "The heart of her husband doth safely trust in her, so that he shall have no need of spoil. She will do honor, good, and not evil, all the days of her life." So what's the crown? Faithful. Being faithful. Shh, guys. What's the corruption that occurs? Untrustworthy. To be a crown, you cannot be untrustworthy. You've got to have trust in each other, and you've got to be faithful to each other. Okay? That's it. Okay? Okay, we're about almost out of time. We only got a couple minutes left, so we're going to go ahead and stop this today. Probably will not have the lesson 12 tomorrow because of our verse quiz. Therefore, lesson 12 worksheet will be next week sometime when we finish our notes. Okay? So, verse quiz tomorrow, Proverbs 13:20. Okay? And DLs, class, Avery. Let's just make it simple. I'm not even going to come online on tomorrow because of the verse quiz, because we won't have class. So go ahead and do your verse quiz in the morning. Send it to me, and then I'll get it graded. Send you back your results, and so don't worry about tuning in, and I won't be worried about tuning or turning on. So tomorrow, verse quiz only. Okay. We'll see you later. Have a great day. We'll see you in science time.
Okay, so we did discuss tone yesterday, so just keep in mind when you're reading that story to figure out the tone of the work. So that's tonight's homework is page 127 to 129.
Essay writing contest.
No. We should do that. If you don't have anything that's timed for us to do today, we should like make us all write like a quick like story or something, and then we'll just at the end of class.
Story writing contest.
Interesting, interesting.
No, it's all on the same topic, so you can judge it equally.
Yeah.
Okay, but
We should do that.
hi, Sophia. Shh. Okay, that may be fun for you to write, but it probably won't be fun for me to grade.
No, you won't grade it. It's just a competition. Like, with the straight up, you can be like, this
How about this? You guys will write a story, and then maybe you guys can read it out loud in class. Maybe. We'll have one of those days. Not today. We'll have one of those days, but make sure, not make sure, but go ahead and take out your grammar books really quickly, okay?
Wait, Mrs. S? No, stop it. You're dying.
Girls, take notes. Ricky likes poems and writing poetry. All right, go ahead. Shh. Oh, boy. What? All right, guys. Go ahead and turn to page 103, I believe. Okay, so yesterday we learned about active and passive voice. So go ahead and turn actually to page 104. Okay, page 104. Shh. Okay, who remembers what makes a verb action? Really? Good. Okay, so if the subject is actually doing the action, that makes the verb active voice. Okay? We're kind of reviewing. Okay, we did exercise A, right? The entire exercise, and then we just kind of went over exercise C. So that's just changing from active voice to from passive voice to active voice. Okay, so look at number 4. Okay, look at number 4. I'm so sorry, page 102. 102. Turn back really quickly. I was going to review, but then I want you guys to look at it. Okay. 102, number 4. Okay, so this was going to help you in exercise C that we already went over in class. But if you are still confused on whether to use active voice or passive voice, this is kind of the rule for you to remember. Okay, in writing, use passive voice sparingly. Okay, what that means is you're not going to always be like, the door was opened by Sophia. Okay, that's passive voice. You're just going to say, Sophia opened the door, right? Same thing, like Jaden, or the pens were passed to Lena by Jaden. Okay, you're not going to talk like that. I'm just going to say Jaden passed Lena the pen, right? So that is passive voice. You want to use it sparingly. You don't want to always use that. But in some cases, it is necessary, right? So that's why some of those sentences you didn't have to change in exercise C. So that would be number 3 and then number 6, 8, and 9. Okay, so look at number 3 in exercise C on page 103. Many Africans were converted to Christianity in the 1800s. Okay. Yes, you can change that to, Adrian, yes, you can change that to active voice. Africans converted to Christianity in the 1800s. Okay, so listen. So look at exercise, or letter B. Okay, letter B in number 4. Use the passive voice if the object, receiver of the action, is more important than the doer of the action. Okay, so in this case, number 3, many Africans were converted to Christianity. I'm kind of emphasizing that they were converted to Christianity more than who was converted to Christianity. Okay, that's why I would use passive voice there. Okay, so look at your example in letter B. Hard-shell clams were used by Indians as money. Okay, I want to emphasize the fact that it was hard-shell clams that were used as money. Okay, I can change that to active voice. Indians used hard-shell clams, but I want to emphasize hard-shell clams. That's why this is passive voice. Okay, look at the parentheses. The passive construction which places the object hard-shell clams in the subject position, puts the emphasis on clams rather than Indians. This is perfectly natural if the topic of discussion is clams, okay? So if you're writing and you're talking about clams or uses of clams, I'm not going to say Indians use this. I just want to emphasize hard-shell clams. That's why it's used as in the passive voice, okay? So whatever you're emphasizing, you can use passive voice. Okay, and then another thing, use passive voice if you think it's better if the lever of the action, to leave the doer of the action unidentified. Look at your example. Regrettable things were said in the heat of the moment, okay? You don't want to just say, oh, they said regrettable things. If you want to just leave the identity of the doer anonymous, then you can just say talk in passive voice, okay? So that's the differences between talking in passive voice and active voice. Just use passive voice sparingly, but sometimes it is natural, or it is the more common thing to use. Yes? How did I know it was going to be about hard-shell clams? Okay, I don't know. I didn't live back there, or back then about hard-shell clams, but that's not the point of why we said hard-shell clams. The point is to emphasize. Okay, well, you can discuss that with someone back then and ask them that question, okay? Okay, look, go to page 104, all right? Page 104. Avoiding unnecessary shifts in sentences. Okay, everyone turn to page 104, please. 104, guys. Doug, put on your mask. Sophia, mask. Amethyst, put on your mask, please. Lena. Okay. Avoiding unnecessary shifts in sentences, okay? Adrian, why is your book not even open? Okay, you should have gotten it out when I said to get it out, which was like a minute ago or 10 minutes ago at least. Oh my goodness. Okay, can someone tell Adrian what page we're on? What page are we on, class? 104. Adrian, please pay attention. Okay? Look at number 1. Avoid unnecessary shifts in the subject. Okay? Look at your example. From Caribou Ridge, we looked down, and before us lay a beautiful valley. Okay? Look at your example, how it is improved. From Caribou Ridge, we looked down and saw a beautiful valley. Okay? Number 1 was kind of awkward. So you can say, we looked down, and we saw, and before us lay a beautiful valley. It's a lot of things all in one. Okay? The whole point of the awkward sentence there is you want to keep the word we as the subject. So we looked down, and before us lay a beautiful valley, okay? So you can always just say, we looked down and saw a beautiful valley. That would be a lot improved, okay? Same thing with the next one. I am studying chemistry, although laboratory work does not especially appeal to me, okay? That's not exactly awkward to me, but you can improve that with, I am studying chemistry, although I do I not especially like laboratory work. Okay, you want to keep the subjects kind of the same, all right? So if you're talking about Derek, turn around. Amethyst, stop talking to him. Okay, so you want to keep the subjects the same within the sentence, okay? Shifting subjects is kind of awkward. That's why it's unnecessary, okay? Look at number 2. Something else you don't want to unnecessarily shift is the tense of your verbs, okay? If you begin writing in past tense, for example, some of you guys are obviously writing essays. If you're writing something about something in the past, you're not going to randomly switch to something in the future or the present, okay? If you are, then you have to obviously mention how it's related to the future. For example, Philip pulls over a chair and sat down, okay? Pulls is the present form of the verb, right? So sat was past. So you want to keep those verbs the same tense, okay? So Philip pulled over a chair and sat down. Those are consistent. Before he leaves the room, he checked the light, okay? Notice how leaves is a present form. Checked is past. So you want to keep those consistent. So I would say, before he leaves the room, he checks the light, okay? Or before he left the room, he checked the light, okay? Just keep your verbs and your tenses consistent, all right? Don't write in the past when you're talking about something that's happening right now. Don't write in the future if you're talking about something that happened yesterday, okay? Number 3, avoid unnecessary shifts in the voice of the verbs, okay? We just talked about voice, active or passive, okay? Look at number 1. Because Mary wanted to learn how to sew, a course in home economics was taken by her, okay? So you can change that to because she wanted to learn how to sew, she took a course in home economics, okay? So notice how Mary wanted to sew, that's active. You don't want to say home economics was taken by Mary, okay? That's passive. You want to keep everything the same. Mary wanted to learn how to sew, she took a course in home economics. Okay, guys, whatever that is, if it's out, I'm going to take it and throw it away, okay? And I'm sure someone's worked really hard on that. Okay? Katie visited the shopping center, and her week's allowance was spent within 30 minutes. Okay? Notice how Katie is active. Katie visited. She's physically doing the visiting, okay? And you don't want to say her week's allowance was spent within 30 minutes. Okay? You want to keep that active, okay? Katie visited the shopping center and spent her week's allowance within 30 minutes, okay? So make sure that you keep the voices all consistent. All right, let's look at exercise A. Okay, it says on a separate sheet of paper, rewrite the following sentences, but you can just make corrections if you can fit it on your book. Okay, so look at number 1. Before Professor Jones gave a test, he gives an excellent review. Okay, first, if anyone can spot what to change, okay, what's the awkward shift in here? Is it active or is it in the voice? Is it in the tense of the verbs, or is it a shift in the subject? Andrew? It is in the tense of the verb. How do I fix it? Good. Okay. So read the sentence as you would have it. He gave an excellent review, okay? Before Professor Jones gave a test, he gave an excellent review, okay? Or, yes, before Professor Jones gives a test, he gives an excellent review. Just make sure everything is consistent. Yeah, that's fine, but it would still need to match the tenses, okay? You're basically just rearranging the sentence to say the same thing. So if it sounds better to you, that's possible, but I mean, it makes sense as is, okay? Number 2, when you finish your theme, your paper is to be folded and handed in, okay? What is an unnecessary shift in that sentence? When you finish your theme, your paper is to be folded and handed in. Jesse, do you know? Okay, not exactly. This is a shift in, Amethyst, you want to help him out?
I don't know what that is. I don't know what that answer is.
Is a shift in a subject? Is it shift in the tense of the verb or the voice of the verbs?
Yeah, I think it should be when you finish your theme, fold your paper and hand it in, right?
Okay, so that's a shift in what? Subject. Good, Gabby. Okay, so this is saying when you finish your theme, you need to fold your paper and turn it in, okay? So you want to keep the subjects the same. So it's talking about you finishing, so you need to fold your paper, not your paper is to be folded, okay? Same thing, it's an understood you. Number 3, Grant met Lee at Appomattox Courthouse, Virginia, and Lee's surrender was accepted, okay? This one's the same thing as number 2. Isaac, you want to give me this one? Grant met Lee at Appomattox Courthouse. So what's the subject in that part of the sentence? Grant met Lee. What's the subject? Okay, let's back up. What's my verb? Grant met Lee at Appomattox Courthouse. Okay, who met? Grant. Okay, so that tells me Grant is my subject. So I want to keep the subject the same. How can I say, and Lee's surrender was accepted? Differently. Grant met Lee at Appomattox Courthouse, Virginia, and Lee's surrender was accepted. Who knows? Lena? Exactly. You would just want to make this Grant the subject of accepted. So you could say, Grant met Lee at Appomattox Courthouse, Virginia, and accepted Lee's surrender. Okay, just make sure your subjects are the same. If you can say the same, like if you can limit it to one subject, that's the whole point of this, is just avoiding unnecessary shifts. Okay, number 4. Because the youth counselor wanted to meet Bob, Bob was invited to dinner. Okay? Okay, you could. How would you change it? Okay. That makes sense, but there's also a shift in voice there. Yes, Lena. But that's the thing, because you want to either do the same subjects or the same voices. So, for example, in this one, okay, number 4, because the youth counselor wanted to meet Bob, she invited Bob to dinner. Like, she's the subject, like what Amethyst said, the subject is the same, and you wanted to keep it all. So notice how the youth counselor wanted to meet, that's active. Bob was invited is passive. But that's what I'm saying, though. You're doing the subject and the voice, so making it all active. Sometimes, even if you're making it active, is changing the subjects around too. Does that make sense? So that's kind of what we did yesterday. So now how we changed from active or passive voice, and then we took a word in the passive sentence and made that the subject. That's kind of what we're doing in this one too. So you changed the youth counselor to the subject of Bob was invited. So she invited Bob to dinner. Okay, so it's kind of what we practiced yesterday a little bit too. Okay, Ricky, give me number 5. The prodigal son received his share of the inheritance, and it was soon all spent. Okay, so let's break it down. What's my subject and my verb within the first part of the sentence? The prodigal son received. Good. Okay. Son received. What's my subject and my verb within the second part of the sentence? Oh my goodness. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Oh goodness. Did you get it? Why would you want that to drop on her head? Do you need a napkin? Okay. Sorry, distance learners, there was a spider crawling down from the ceiling. Okay, sorry. Shh. Okay. Ricky, number 5. Guys, shh. Okay. Number 5. What's the second part, the subject and the verb? It was what? Not soon, but spent. Good. Okay. So is that active or passive? It was spent. Okay, that's passive. Is son received active or passive? It is active, so you want to make sure it's all the same. Okay? So I would change that with the prodigal son received his share of the inheritance and spent it all. Okay? Just make sure either the subject is the same or the voice is all the same. Okay? Number 5 is the prodigal son received his share of the inheritance and spent it all. And soon spent it all. Yeah, that's fine. Soon is just an adverb describing spent. No worries. Okay, number 6. Trevor paused at the door and looked in, and on the desk were his missing books. Isaac? Mm-hmm. Good. So what's my subject and my verb within the second part? No, books would be my subject. So you just need to change that to make sure the subject is all the same. Okay? You can say, Trevor paused at the door and looked at his books, or looked at his missing books on the desk. Okay, just it all makes sense. I understand that these sentences make sense to everybody, and that's the way some of you guys would talk, which is perfectly fine. It's just there are better ways to say things and unnecessary shifts that we can change to make it all flow and sound better. Yes, Andrew?
Trevor paused at the door and looked in, and his missing books were on the desk as well.
Yes, but it's still not the same subject. But honestly, that is fine if you're writing about two different things, or the compound verb, okay? Or the compound subject and verbs. So that would be Trevor paused at the door and looked in at his missing books were on the desk, or at his missing books on the desk, or something like that. Okay, just make sure it's all the same subject. Okay, Gabby, what do you have? No, you would just want to make Trevor the subject. Okay, Trevor the subject, or make everything active voice. Okay? So, I don't know, Amethyst, that's what he did. Okay, so Trevor paused and looked is active. His books on the desk were his missing books. That's just kind of awkward to say, so just change around how it can flow better. Okay, number 7. Sam has mowed the lawn, and the hedges have been trimmed by Richard. How can I change the hedges have been trimmed by Richard to sound better? Amethyst? Good. Okay. Simple. Sam has mowed the lawn, and and Richard has trimmed the hedges. Okay. Number 8. When Mr. Watson gave the signal, the cameras start filming the action. Adrian, do you have number 8? Number 8. When Mr. Watson gave the signal, the cameras start filming the action. Mm-hmm. Okay, what tense is gave? Tense. Is it past, present? Gave? It's present? Okay, I think that's past. Okay, gave is past. What is my subject and my verb within the second part of the sentence? Shh. And your verb. It's not filming. It's start. Okay. So what tense is start? That is present. So if my first verb is past and now the second verb is present, what do I need to change? Good. Okay. When Mr. Watson gave the signal, the camera started filming the action. Make sure it's all the same. Okay. Number 9, Dominic has decided to become a doctor since medicine has always interested him. Okay. That does sound fine to me, but your book wants you to change the subjects to all Dominic, okay? You can say, Dominic has decided to become a doctor because, or since medicine is always interested. Okay, so, oof. So you can say Dominic was interested in medicine and has decided to become a doctor. Okay? So that's just something that you could make it all, but like I said, it's just unnecessary shifts apparently. Okay, and then the last one, number 10, then we'll be done with this exercise. Number 10, Marie cried when she heard of their plight and decides to help them. Okay, Jaden, you want to give me that one? Marie. Okay, so do cried and decides, do they go together in the same tense? Okay, so what would I change? Good. Marie cried and decided Marie cried when she heard of their plight and decided to help them. Okay? All right. Tonight, go ahead and do exercise B for homework. Okay? Exercise B, make sure that you are working on your outline. Okay? Working on your outline, that's due tomorrow. Are there any questions about the outline? No, you have to write it out. That is your outline. Of your outline. No, you're not writing your guys, stop talking. I'm still talking. Okay? You're not writing out your paper like all that you're going to say. You're just kind of taking your main points and putting it into an outline. So, a better example for you would be on page 35 of what it's supposed to look like. Okay? So, that's a sample of a sentence outline. You can either do sentence or topical, but you want to have your thesis statement at the top of the page, and then I'm talking about, or number 1, I'm talking about computer part, whatever, okay? Then I'm going to talk about all the stuff that I want to talk about computer part 1. Then my second point would be the second part of the important part of a computer, okay? That is your outline. Are there any questions about that? Okay? All right, so exercise B, and then work on your outline due tomorrow. Literature, page 127 to 129. Okay, are there any questions?
All right. Shh. Guys, class has started. Before we start any notes, we will pray. So any prayer requests? Adrian, go wash your hands and come back. Any prayer requests? Doug? All right, pray for Douglas's grandfather. Yes, you can. Sophia, your dad? So pray for her family and family friends through that time of tragedy. Any other prayer requests? Yes, basketball, always. No other prayer requests? All right, we're going to pray. Make sure after I'm done praying, all the food's put away, notes are out, and we are quiet till we're done with the lesson. Sadly, if we're not, next week will be a little bit different. All classes. Yes, because all of us teachers are meeting together and discussing who talks. All right, shh. We'll talk after. We're going to pray first. Prayer requests? Great grandpa? All right. Yes, ma'am. You've been better. You've been better. You really have. All right, here we go. Let's pray. Shh. Dear Father, Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for the beautiful weather you've given us, Lord. Thank you for the opportunity that our school gets to be open. Thank you for the students' health that they get to be here, Lord. Please continue to bless them, Lord, and keep them safe here at school. Outside of school, for those who are playing sports, keep them safe as we travel. We eat places and we play other teams at other schools, Lord, so please keep us and the other teams safe. Please help us be able to finish the season strong, have fun with it, learn this year, to not only just be there in basketball, but want to be better, to grow the program, to grow the team, so we can better the school as a whole. Please help all these students, whether they have an unspoken or not, Lord. You know what's on their mind and in their hearts. Please help some special prayer requests, Lord. We lift up to you. Please help Doug's grandfather, I believe, through this time, Lord, as he's not feeling well. Please heal him, Lord, and allow him to get better so nothing happens, Lord. Be there for the family and everything. Also, please help Sophia's dad, Lord, with the traveling through that time. Keep him safe during this process. Also, please help her family and her friend's family, Lord, as that's a tough time to lose a family member. Whether young or old, it's always tough. So please help them, give them peace, love them, Lord. Allow them to, if they don't know you, for someone to be able to be a light to them, to tell them about you, how they can have true joy through these times. Also, please help Elijah's great-grandfather, Lord, through this time. Please help him to get better. Please help anyone if they have any other prayer requests, Lord. Again, you know everything that's on their minds through their week. Give them wisdom through whatever trials may come or through any situation that they're going through this week. Please help this class period for us to have a good lesson, to get through the notes that we have, and then have a little homework and be able to maybe get that done during class as well. Please help basketball, Lord, as today we're going to Sunrise for the first time. Please keep us safe, as it's just down the road, but keep us safe from travels, for us to be able to not only have fun there, to be able to learn more there, but to be a good example for our school and our church at another church as they're allowing us to use their courts. Please help our game next Tuesday, again with travels. Please help players to be ready for us to be able to get back in shape as quick as we can. In Jesus' name I pray, amen. Amen. All right, everyone should have your notes out. Okay, we left off at note 39, I believe.
Yeah, you are.
Or 38, I mean. We're on 39. Okay, give me a second for some reason. For some reason, they're not popping up on the screen. Doug, Derek. Shh. All right, I'm trying to get this screen to work. All right, there we go. I don't know what happened, but it works now. Ooh, and it doesn't work. Yes. Change, ready, have all your water. So if you need to refill your water, I don't know if there's anywhere to refill it over there. Probably not. Not that we can use, so be ready. Get all your deeds and things done here, because there might not be anything for us to use over there. All right, yesterday we left off talking about what? Okay, we were talking about some specific people through this age of no. Enlightenment. Thank you. Shh, raise your hand. Tell me. Okay, we were talking about these men and things that happened during this age of enlightenment. Okay, what were some beliefs or idealisms that we talked about yesterday in this age of enlightenment? Someone raise your hand and tell me one. Or both of them. Okay, we did learn rationalism and romanticism. Someone raise your hand other than Amethyst and Jaden. Okay, and tell me one of those things. What are they? You have the notes in front of you. Okay, you're allowed to use them. Gabby.
Rationalism is the idea that man reason is the sole criteria for truth.
Okay, yes. Okay, rationalism. Did you guys hear that? Okay, it's basically where they say, hey, it's not my fault. All right, it's the system's fault. Okay, everything's based on truth. Okay, rather than the Bible. Okay, again, he's taken away from the Bible. It's like, hey, what I know, that's what we are based off of. Okay, and then we have romanticism. What is that? Someone else raise your hand. Andrew.
Someone bases their truth off of their own emotions or imagination.
Okay, so yes. So anything I think or feel, that's what's true. Okay, obviously you can see how that can be bad. What if I feel like killing someone? Okay, like Rick, man, you're just irritating me today. You're wearing your hood in class, and I've told you 1,000 times. I'm just messing with you, but please take your hood off. But please take your hood off. All right, but I'm just ticked at Rick. All right, he's doing terrible in practice, maybe, I don't know. And I'm like, I feel like it, so I'm just going to do it. Obviously, can you see some problems with this idealism? Okay, a lot of problems. Maybe I chose the wrong person for an example. We love you, Rick. We love you. I really do. I really do. All right. So these are the ideas that we talked that were happening during this age of enlightenment, but through these certain men. All right. Who was the one that wrote about romanticism? Someone else that has not answered yet. Shh. Someone else that has not answered yet. Yes, you did. Who talked about or made romanticism? It's not Champagne. No. All right, Gabby, help us out. There it is. Jesse. Rousseau. Sorry, Gabby. I called you, but Jesse got you. All right, it was Rousseau. Okay, it was Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Okay, who was the man who wrote or made the idea of rationalism? It was Voltaire. All right, that was just a little review. Okay, we are going to talk about some more people and things. What? I guess. All right, remember, commenting is still talking. Raise your hand. All right, first we have Emile. Or sorry, not Emile. It's Emily. Actually, I don't know how it's said, to be honest. I think it's Emile.
I think it would be Emile if it was French.
But it doesn't tell me in the book or the notes how it's pronounced. I think it's Emile. All right, but we have Emile, which was another of Rousseau's, the guy who wrote Romanticism. I don't know if I had this note up there yesterday, but it's another of Rousseau's works that help to formulate the modern ideas about permissive child rearing and progressive education. Many modern educators, social planners, environmentalists, and free thinkers have been heavily influenced by Rousseau's idea. That idea of, what was his idealism? Rousseau's? We just said it. Romanticism. At least one of us or a few of us are paying attention. All right, the next man we're going to talk about is Denis Diderot.
Well, that's a good portrait.
It's actually pronounced, I'm pretty sure, like Diderot. Okay, Denis Diderot. Okay, he was the editor of the Encyclopedia, a multi-volume work that was an attempt to reorganize all human knowledge from the perspective of rationalism. Yes, sir.
So he made the first encyclopedia?
The first encyclopedia? I don't know. He was an editor of the encyclopedia. Okay, again, this is basically going contrast to the ideas of rationalism. He, it should be, and his fellow writers, criticized everything that was considered traditional and tried to explain things rationally. Okay, so similar to the idea of rationalism, but not quite the same. Okay, but basically telling people, hey, you can't just feel something or think something's true, and it is. All right, we have to go off the facts. Okay, that's what he was doing. We have to know the facts. Okay, so it's not quite rationalism, but it's a little bit more towards that direction. than this direction, okay? And again, a lot of this was happening right after who died? Louis the 14th, okay? Thank you, Avery. So now we're going to be moving to the grandson of Louis the 14th. And you know, these guys just like to keep the same name in the family. So we have Louis the 15th. Okay, he was the grandson of Louis the 14th. Sorry, good to see. Let's see, we got Yuvia, Maya, Lacey, Giselle, Jeremiah. Make sure you throw a name in the chat so I can know you're here. Okay, but he was, Austin, this is what I'm talking about. Quiets. Okay, he was a weak ruler who showed more interest in personal pleasure than he did in governing the country. Remember I said after Louis the 14th died, we're going to see a trend of weak successors. Okay, people that weren't really fit, they weren't there for the right reasons, they weren't good at leading. All right, with Louis the 15th, okay, he was all about, okay, I'm a leader, so I just get to do whatever I want. So he just pleased himself. He wasn't actually doing his job. Yes, sir?
Why is it that after there's a strong leader in the kingdom, everyone else is better than weak compared to them?
I don't know, man.
I know, right?
It skips generations. So
That's
if
just,
a powerful leader, it goes 2 or 3 generations before there's another.
you want to know what I say? I say 2 words.
It's like comparing.
God's plan, man.
It's like comparing.
That's all I see.
You said 2 words.
How did I know? You were going to be the one.
It's because responsibility of having a kingdom affects people the way leaders step up and take responsibility.
It can be.
It's a very good leader.
It's like an example with athletes. A lot of times, not all times, but sometimes their kids become good athletes because they work hard, but a lot of times they're like, oh, my dad's a good athlete, so I'll play, but I don't really work as hard because I'm famous already. And then they end up not being good. Yes. Okay, so moving on. Despite his lack of leadership, talking about Louis XV, okay, he did recognize that the old regime was in deep trouble, okay? So although he was a terrible ruler, he's like, all right, I'm a bad ruler. We're kind of in trouble. Okay, so on his deathbed in 1774, he said this, okay, après moi le déluge, okay, saying, after me, the flood. Basically saying, hey, guys, I did a terrible job. I'm dead now, so now here comes the floods, okay? Here comes a lot of bad things are going to happen.
I like how he even recognized that he did bad stuff.
He didn't care. Remember, he was there for self-pleasure. He wasn't really a good governor or doing his job. Okay, so this brings us to a bad time. Okay, imagine whether it's I can't remember if it's his son, to be honest, but the next successor, the next Louis in line. Okay, he has to come with this terrible kingdom. All right, set up. So we see, yes, Louis the 16th. They did this during these times. A lot of times in the family, if they keep reigning, they keep a lot of the same names. It's just boom, boom, boom. Okay, Louis the 16th. Shh. Yep, it just showed, hey, this family name. Louis XVI came to the throne in 1774. Wait 1 second. He was another weak ruler who was grossly unfit and had neither the education nor the character for the job. Go figure. Okay, the successor after maybe his father. I can't remember if his father or grandson, to be honest. Okay, but I'm pretty sure it's his father. If he didn't rule right, he probably didn't teach his kids to rule right. So he became leader, and we see another weak leader. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Douglas.
When did the Louis family line end?
We'll get there. We'll get there in time.
Bro, imagine
No.
trying to call
Then they
for,
make Louisiana?
Shh, no. We already talked about that. It was named after Louis XIV. Okay, so we see he was a weak ruler. He wasn't educated. He did a bad job as well. 3, we're going to see during this time. Yes, sir.
Imagine calling for somebody. You're like, Louis, you have 5 freaking family members coming at one time. It's you don't know which one. That's why.
So maybe as friends and stuff, maybe they used their middle name or something, so they knew. I mean, and if they're king, you don't really say their name. You just say, hey, king.
Well, if you're part of the family, though, let's say you're the mom, you call the name Louis to the house. You have 5 different people. You have 5 different people.
I don't know, man.
But they all
I
have
don't
the
know.
same name.
They did it, though. All right, we're going to see 3 orders during this time of the French class structure. So during this time, these weak rulers, we're going to see 3 different French class structures. Okay, we have the first estate. Okay, they were known as estates or estates. The first one were clergy. Okay, the common folk. Okay, second, we see the second estate, okay, which were the nobility. those of noble families, noble names, noble occupations.
What does that mean? Like noble, just like they were kind of rich but not really rich. They were like.
It wasn't always, I mean, yes, they were usually wealthier, but it's because it was like a specific family. So a family that's related to royalty down the line, married into it, anything like that. But yes, wealthy people. Okay, and lastly, you have the third estate, which is everyone else in France, from the prosperous merchant to the poor peasant. So clergy made up the first estate, nobility, okay, so like rulers or related to the rulers, were the second estate, and then everyone else, okay, any basic person like you and me, we would be part of the third estate. Yes, sir.
One day we should just watch Aladdin in this class.
That has nothing to do. Shh, we're never going to do that again. We're not watching movies in class because it's non-educational.
How about we watch the Michael Jordan biography?
I've already watched it 3 times.
All right, moving on. During this time, the burden of taxation fell upon the peasants in the third estate. Okay, so for people to be able to, or for nobles to stay in their position, for everything to be able to work, okay, just like kind of today, there were taxes. Okay, the people that paid the taxes were mainly from this third estate. Again, they're the common folk, the common businessman. Okay, they paid most of these taxes for the kingdom. Okay, the third estate, they comprised over 80% of the population. That's another reason why they paid most of the taxes, because it was 80% of the population. Okay, but sadly, although they occupied, or their population was 80%, okay, they only owned about 30% of the land. So while you have the nobles living in their kingdoms, their large buildings, their areas, okay, the normal people are living very, maybe close to close people. Okay, they don't own as much. They might have worked on the land, but they didn't own it. Yes, the nobles ruled everything at this time. Okay, things that taxes went to during this time. Shh. Things that taxes went to. So peasant taxes would include, okay, a forcible tithe to the church. Okay, we still see the church having some power during this time.
That's the fourth tithe.
Yes, so it's not really biblical. Tithes are not to be forced. Yep. Okay, secondly, you have an income tax called the taille. Taille. And then a tax on salt called gobele. Okay, I'm not French.
What was your
Neither am I.
salt? What was the purpose of that?
It's a good question. Gobelle.
What's the tally?
That's what I just said.
It's the income tax.
Income tax.
Like,
So like on your wages. Tax on salt would be like your food tax, basically.
If you had to teach a normal high school class, like a public school high school class, would you want to do that?
What do you mean, would I want to do that?
No, would you want to do that? Like, if you got the job, would you be happy or mad?
I don't really understand the point of the
Like,
question.
imagine,
would you rather teach this or would you rather teach 5 classes a day with 50 people?
like, public school.
Oh, so your real question is, would I rather teach private or public school?
Yeah.
Why do you have to mask it and dress it up?
I know, that's why I was trying to ask him what was his point of the question. I mean, whatever God wanted me to do, I guess. It doesn't really matter to me. I like being with kids, so either way. More people I get to impact or try to impact. All right, the average peasant usually paid about half of his annual income in taxes, okay? Not just from income tax, but Rick, make sure your phone's put away. Or AirPods, those probably shouldn't be out either. Like I said, if there's appearance of phone, I am going to say something. All right, but not just through income tax, but through the food tax, through the church tax, through all these taxes. Okay, so say I make $100,000, which I don't, I would only take back with me $50,000 of it.
That's depressing.
Yes. Everyone good on this note? Okay, the financial problems of the French government and the refusal of the nobles to pay taxes, because during this time, remember, who's paying all the taxes? The common folk, okay, that third estate. Okay, so because the nobles would refuse to pay taxes and they already owned all the land and everything, okay, forced, that should be Louis, sorry. Louis the 16th had to call the estates general to attendance for the first time in over 170 years in May 1789. Remember all these other Louis, okay, they didn't want help from these estate generals, okay, but Louis XVI is like, hey, I can't do this. We're struggling financially. The normal folk cannot pay enough anymore. Okay, we need some help. So he gets help from the estate general. Okay, which is going to bring us to a few stages of this. There's going to be a few stages. Okay, the first stage, it's also going to bring us to this revolution time period. Need we go back? So I'm bringing us to a revolution, obviously, between the nobles. Okay, first stage of the French Revolution was initiated by the nobility when they forced the king to call the estates general. Okay, they expected to control the estates general and to regain the power they had lost to the king. Okay, the nobles no longer basically wanted to be ruled by one king. Okay, they said, hey, we're nobles, we have money, we want to basically separate the king's power and all of us have power. Okay, rather than to have a king.
So some form of some form of a corrupt democracy.
Yes. I mean, they weren't really, the French weren't democratic, or they weren't a democracy. That's what I meant. They weren't a democracy, really.
They were ruled by one.
Okay, so the third estate soon became the most powerful force in the assembly. Okay, with the king trying to change things, okay, get the nobles to pay, okay, because the third estate makes up how much of the population? 80%. They have the size of it. They became the most powerful force in the assembly. By 1789, the third estate included 98% of the French population. Okay, so just a few years, about, 3 or 4 years later, okay, the French, instead of 80% of the population being the third estate, it is now, okay, 98%. I thought it was Amethyst raising hand at first in my peripherals, but it was Derek. Sorry. Yes, sir.
How long has the really powerful Louis been dead?
Now,
Oh, probably
like 170 years.
because of
Because he didn't use the estate generals either. It just said 170 years they didn't use the estate generals. He was the beginning of that. Okay, so that this is all the first stage of the revolution. Know that. The first stage of the revolution, all of this is happening. Now we're going to see the second stage. The second stage of the French Revolution began when the estate general met at Versailles and refused to vote by estates. When you had the first, second, and third. Okay, finally, a few priests from the first estate joined the third, who then declared itself the National Assembly. Okay, so we see some clergy from the first estate join the third estate. Put it away, please. Which is done. Make the National Assembly. You need to know the National Assembly. What was it made up of? A few priests and the third estate. Okay, there is a note for it, which is our next note. The National Assembly was the new... Right quick, Austin. You guys warm? I'm not going to turn it colder, but I am going to turn it on. Okay, the National Assembly. This is the new official representative body of all the people of France. Okay, it was started by, again, the third estate, since it's 98% of the population, and a few priests or leaders. Okay, because of this, thus had begun an aristocratic revolution. And it became, it's called, I can't really say it, sorry, Bourgeois Revolution. For though the representatives of the third estate supposedly spoke for 98% of the people of France, they were led primarily by the middle class. Okay, under pressure from the nobles, Louis XVI ordered the members of the Estate General out of their meeting hall. But the third estate defiantly resembled on a nearby indoor tennis court. Okay, so the king basically kicked them out of this assembly, but they're like, hey, we make up the majority of people, so we're still going to meet on this tennis court. And it's going to be called the Tennis Court Oath.
That's kind of funny. It's like they're all just
Good name, right? We're on a tennis court oath. This was taken by the National Assembly on an indoor tennis court. They vowed to continue meeting until a national constitution had been written. Okay, they didn't want to be ruled by people. Okay, they wanted there to be a set law, like we even have today. We have the U.S. Constitution. Okay, we also have state constitutions. Okay, but we have the U.S. Constitution. Okay, they wanted that. Soon, through this time, most of the clergy, so the first estate, as well as a few nobles from the second estate, had joined the National Assembly. Okay, so now the National Assembly was not just a couple of clergymen or priests and the third estate. Now you have a little bit from everyone, obviously except the king. Okay, so this is our second stage of the revolution. We see the people make this National Assembly. That's the highlight of the second stage. Okay, it's going to lead us to the third stage of the French Revolution. Give you guys some time to write this down. Make sure our notes are out and not a book, not your phone. Yes. In the third, everyone done on that last one? The third stage of the French Revolution occurred when Louis XVI's advisors convinced the king that the National Assembly threatened his dignity and authority. At the end of June, the king summoned about 18,000 troops to Versailles, possibly intending to disband the National Assembly by force. Okay, basically, some of the nobles that did not partake in the National Assembly, like, hey, we do not like this idea, the rise of these common folk. Okay, king, these people are out to get you, man. They're going to take over. They're going to kill you, whatever. Okay, we need to get rid of them before they get rid of us. That's basically what they whispered to the king. All right? You shouldn't be playing crossword puzzles or whatever it is. Put it away for now. All right, so because of this, he does bring in 18,000 troops. Anyone still writing on this one? Adrian, your head shouldn't be down. You should be writing your notes. Where are your notes? So you're telling me we've done class this whole time and you've had no notes. So my thing is, when I see students, not just you, Adrian, but when I see students not taking notes, why should I review with you for quizzes or tests? I'll just say, hey, you guys can study. You have all the notes. Maybe that's what I'll do next quiz. All right, that's going to bring us to the revolution. Enter the stage of mass revolution. And this is when the common people below, again, I struggle saying this, certainly because it's a French word, the bourgeoisie or whatever, I don't really know. Bourgeoisie or something, began to rise. Neither do I, and the book doesn't really give me any help on that one. Usually it gives how to say some words. But I don't speak French, so I don't know.
Me either.
Okay, as the revolution progressed, okay, rumor of the king's plans to use force against the people's representatives at Versailles, okay, this made panic happen. So panic was added to hope. Okay, obviously this National Assembly was built on hope to make it a better country, not ruled by just people, but to have an actual law. Okay, but there was panic. Okay, people didn't want to die. Although they did want things to change, there are going to be a lot of people that didn't want to die. So economic conditions drastically worsened as a result. Okay, people are scared. Okay, business is not going to be going on as it's supposed to. Maybe taxes. Some people are going to also rebel. Hey, they're not threatening to kill me, then I'm not going to pay taxes. All right, so you're going to see a lot of problems happen from this. Which is going to bring us to an important person. Okay, Louis, no, not quite. Louis XVI's wife, Mary Antoinette. Okay, was Louis XVI's beautiful wife, but haughty wife.
She was a hottie.
Not Hottie, but Haughty.
Who else is a hottie?
Big difference. It's a little weird.
By the way, this is my focus.
At the end of June, the king summoned these 18,000 troops to Versailles. Quite likely, he intended to disband this National Assembly. Okay, as it progressed, the revolution gave the French people their first real hope of improving their conditions. But with the rumor spreading that the king was going to use force, okay, this made panic come. Economic conditions drastically worsened. In Paris, there were demonstrations, and the people began to arm themselves. Okay, they said, hey, the king wants to fight. He has troops here. Well, we're going to arm ourselves for safety as well. On July 14th, 1789, hoping to secure more weapons and to free people in prison for imposing this old regime. Okay, moving on. The Parisian mob stormed the Bastille, okay, which was an old castle stronghold in Paris, used primarily as a prison. Okay, so we see this place. It was an old castle or prison or stronghold. On July 14th of that year, the people of Paris stormed this Bastille to free people in prison. Okay, they didn't just free everyone. Okay, a lot of people were being locked up, okay, because they did not want to obey this old regime or old king or the nobles. Okay, so they freed these people. They thought they were being basically prosecuted not right or honestly, not fair. Why is our book open again? I just said not to do it, and you continue to do it. That's not good. All right, some things that happened from this. Okay, troops killed 98 people. Okay, they tried to break out some prisoners with this. Okay, 98 people were killed. Okay, in retaliation, several government officials were murdered. Their heads were cut off, put on poles, and paraded through the city. Okay, so about 98 civilians that were going in to try to rescue people or to unimprison them. Okay, 98 people died, but through this also some government officials that were against the National Assembly were killed. The common folk put their heads on spikes as an example, saying, hey, we defeated these men. Okay, when the king was informed, he said, this is a revolt. Okay, this is no longer just a stage of revolution, but now we are deep, hands, knees, full body into this revolution. Okay, the messenger replied, no, sir, it is a revolution. Okay, the king was saying it's a revolt. Not quite. Okay, this will bring us to a day that was made. Okay, and it's still celebrated in France. Called the Bastille Day. I'll give you guys a second to write down. If you need help, Jesse, just ask. I can read something. First one says troops killed 98 people. Second one, in retaliation, several government officials were murdered. Their heads cut off, put on poles, and paraded through the city. Everyone good? The day that's celebrated today, it'll probably be our last note. We might have one more. Okay, is the Bastille Day, which is a national holiday in France. It is the celebration of their Independence Day. Obviously, that's when it first started, this revolution, okay, at this Bastille, this imprisonment, this castle. Okay, so they call it that day.
It's crazy how most countries call like independence.
Besides Russia, but
Yep. All right. I think we're going to end there today. We did pretty good. You guys listened pretty well. For homework, for homework, page 243, section review 2. Page 243, section review 2. Yeah. Okay, homework is a good thing. They're easy A's, as long as you do it. Easy A's. Imagine if I didn't do any homework and all you took were quizzes and tests. Okay, some of your grades would be awful. Okay, homework is easy A's. It is section 2 review, page 243. Wait a second. 243. You did 1 and 2. You are doing questions 7 through 10 all. Questions 7 through 10 all. Yes, sir.
Instead of like going and like going to the prisons and all that and like killing people, why don't they just go loot some charges?
I can't really hear you. I'm sorry.
Instead of like going and like killing all these prisoners and all that, why don't they just go loot some charges?
They didn't kill the prisoners. They were trying to free the prisoners.
Prisoners that kill people, why don't they just go loot some charges?
Okay, page 243, section 2 review, 7 through 10 all. Okay, we might have a pop quiz tomorrow also. Be ready for it. All right, we might have a quiz tomorrow, so be ready for it. Review the notes. Okay, it will be over what we have learned up to this point. All right, you have the homework. You have about 2 minutes left, so I'll let you guys go if you want to go to lunch. Okay, make sure you get that homework turned in on time. Distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. Okay, we will probably have that quiz. It'll probably be on the stream. So I'm just hinting, there will be a quiz. Okay, tomorrow. So study, be ready for it. Distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. We will see you tomorrow.
All right, welcome to geometry. We're going to get started. We're on 2.22 talking about polygons. All right, so first of all, whoops, that helps. All right, polygon just in general is a plane figure bounded by 3 or more straight lines. We assume that they are convex in this class. Concave polygons do exist, but they're messy and we don't want to deal with it. And there's plenty to study with convex ones. If you don't believe me, there's the rest of the book. Okay, anyway, so we have plenty here. So we're going to assume that they are convex. Basically means you don't have any obtuse angles. No, that's not right. You don't have any reflex angles. It's where it's past 180. Where's my... Here we go. So for... Oh, no, I have to draw it on screen, otherwise distance learners can't see it. Fine. Nah, it's fine. I did that last period and it didn't work out great. But I really didn't have a choice on that one. All right, so for example, a convex polygon would be something like this, where it like comes in on itself. Okay, does that make sense? So we're not going to study that, but this is a polygon, to be very clear. So real quick, is a triangle a polygon? Yes. Is a quadrilateral a polygon? Yes. Trapezoid? Yes. Parallelogram? Yes. Circle? Yes. No. Ha. I do that every year. All right, circle does not have straight lines.
Exactly, it's rounded.
It's a curve. It's a curve, not a straight line. No. Okay, anyway. So polygon, straight lines, circle, not a polygon. Just letting you know. Okay, but if we say polygon, we're assuming it's convex, meaning there's no like thing like this monstrosity that we have to deal with. Okay. That's just a shorthand for this class. Again, they do exist. They are polygons. They're perfectly fine polygons. We just don't care. All right, so yes, chapter 3.
When is that going to be the end of the year?
All right,
Was Mr. Eclipse? Well, if we take it,
I can go faster if you like.
go for it. Let's go.
All right, y'all heard her. All right. First things first, vertices are the points of intersections of the lines. So A is a vertex, B is a vertex, C is a vertex, D is a vertex, E is a vertex. The plural is vertices. That's why the X has disappeared. Got rid of it. Okay, we're moving on. There. All right, then sides are the segments of these lines between adjacent vertices. So AB is a side, BC is a side. I am hoping this is all, yeah, duh. And then angle is formed by 2 consecutive sides, so you have angle A here, angle B. If we don't specify, we mean an interior angle. An exterior angle would be like KBF. Okay, but that's not necessary here. Informal statements. Oh yeah, here, exterior angles. There's all the ways you could number it or letter it. Okay, anyway. Polygon. Informal statement 15, in any polygon, the sum of the exterior angles and the adjacent interior angle at each vertex is a straight angle. We will go through and prove that later, but for now we can just use it. Okay, we're not going to use it in anything that we need to prove it, so it's fine. We'll get to that later. And informal statement 16, any polygon having n vertices, that is n sides. Okay, so listen up. However many sides a shape has is how many vertices it has. If you have 5 vertices, you have 5 points. If you have 3 vertices, you have 3 points. Wait. I'm saying vertices and points. If you have 3 vertices, you have 3 sides. If you have 5 vertices, you have 5 sides.
The amount of vertices is how many sides?
Yes. Okay. Now, any polygon having, listen up, any polygon having n vertices, that is n sides, the sum of one group of exterior angles and all the interior angles of the polygon is n straight angles. Okay? So that means if we were to go through and add it all up, it would be that many straight angles. Now, we'll talk about that more in a little bit, but we need to get into a couple classifications. First of all, if we say equilateral, it means all sides equal. If we say equiangular, that means having all angles equal. No, we cannot assume one means the other except in triangles. Remember, we talked about in quadrilaterals how that already disproves it. Okay, so that's only true for triangles. Can we not? Thanks. All right. On page 103, you'll notice the classification of polygons in case you need the names. Triangle, okay, it literally means 3 angles. That's the prefix. Quadrilateral, 4 lines. Pentagon, hexagon, heptagon, octagon, nonagon, decagon, 9 sides.
Can you draw it?
No. All right. Decagon, undecagon, duodecagon is 12. All right, so if you ever need that list, it's on page 103, especially when you get toward like 9 and 12. Yeah.
What's the shape of context?
Decagon,
What's one above that?
undecagon,
Above that?
duodecagon.
What's about 20?
I have no idea. All right, moving on. Regular polygon. A regular polygon is a polygon which is both equiangular and equilateral. So if something is both, we say it is regular. All right? That is the term. Yes, how can I help you? Okay, please go over there.
Do we have any quizzes or tests this week?
You have your homework due tomorrow. That's as much as I got. As far as next week, I don't know yet.
Or like, do we have a quiz tomorrow?
No, I haven't announced anything. Your next quiz will be Tuesday.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. All right, Theorem 26. Stop turning around, face the front, be quiet. All of you. The sum of the angles of a polygon of n sides is n minus 2 straight angles. So for example, a three-sided polygon is what, first of all? Triangle, thank you, one person paying attention. All right, triangle. So if you have a triangle which has 3 sides, how many straight angles?
3.
Wrong.
No, 1.
1. It equals 180, guys. You guys should know that. Okay? And I just said it.
I thought you meant just how many lines that are
No,
straight.
no, straight angles. Like how many straight angles are contained in all the angles? Distance learners, I'll be right back. Now, the point I'm trying to bring home here is that if we have a triangle, it's one straight angle, right? Okay, because it equals 180 degrees. Okay, but we don't deal with degrees in this class, we deal with straight angles. Okay, so if you have 4 sides, it takes 2 straight angles or 360 degrees. If you have a rectangle, it's 4 90-degree angles, right? That makes 360. That's how you know. Okay, we know it's every 4-sided polygon is going to have 360 degrees when you measure up all the angles. If you have 5, you're going to have 3 straight angles. So every pentagon will contain 360 plus 180. 540. It's 540, and then so on. Okay, so this is your formula. This is Theorem 26. Let's go through and prove it. The proof is on pages 104 and 105 of the textbook. I did not re-put it in the supplement for a reason. You can look and see why. There's a lot of ellipses and subscripts, and I did not want to deal with that. So basically, we take a polygon and we go through and prove it, and now we're going to assume it proven. Corollary 26-1. Because nope. Corollary 26-1, in an equiangular polygon of n sides, each angle equals n minus 2 over n straight angles. Okay, let's think about this. If we have n minus 2 straight angles in the shape and all the angles are equal, we can just divide by the number of angles.
Wait, when it says n minus 2 straight angles, that means if you have like 18 sides, it'd be 18 minus 2, and you'd have 16 straight angles.
Yes, it's not saying it will have 16 straight angles. It's saying when you measure up all the angles and add it all together, it will equal 16 straight angles. Yes. All right, so in this case, for the example, an equilateral triangle, because that's really easy to do, we have 3 minus 2, which is 1. We have 1 straight angle divided by 3 sides. 1/3 of 1 straight angle is 60 degrees. Okay, 60 is 1/3 of 180. All right, so there we have an equilateral triangle. If you see a regular octagon there on page 105, there's 8 sides, so we subtract 2. That's 6 straight angles throughout the whole thing. Because it's a regular polygon, that means all the angles are equal. And so since all the angles are equal, we have 6/8 or 3/4 once you reduce. 3/4 times 180 equals 135. Okay, so every angle, it measures 135. We are now on page 106. In the book. In the supplement, we are on 156. Sorry, we just passed 156.
So I was wondering, I'm like, you're talking about all this stuff, but I don't see anything in the...
Yes. Page 156 shows the proof of Corollary 26-1. Mostly it's just common sense division. All right, we're moving on. Corollary 26-2. the sum of the exterior angles of a polygon made by extending each of its sides in a succession is equal to 2 straight angles. Now, there is a whole long proof there, but long story short, it does work. So no matter how many sides your polygon has, if you measure up all the exterior angles on the outside, one set of them, keep that in mind, you will get 360 degrees.
So it's like this triangle, right? And if all the lines were like this,
If you measure all those exterior angles, it's 360 degrees.
so if you measure this angle,
Yeah.
this angle, that would be 360.
Yep, every time. Which makes sense because at that point you're making a circle.
So if it was like,
Wait, so does that mean that in a triangle, if it has 3 sides, right, that means it's 120 degrees each side, each angle?
Each of the exterior, if it's a regular triangle, yes. If it's equiangular. Huh? If you're going all the way around a shape, you basically made a circle. If you do all the exterior angles around a shape, you've basically made a circle. That's an oversimplification.
with this 8 octagon, you would just measure this.
Yeah, all that would add up to 360.
So it's basically when you extend it.
Okay. Yep.
It's because
Doesn't matter the size of the shape.
as there are more sides, the exterior angles get smaller.
Yeah.
But with a triangle,
The interior angles changes based on the shape. Exterior is always 2 straight angles. All right. Find the sum of the angles of the hexagon. So here's how we're going to go through and do this. I actually think I have the math print on here. That will be nice. All right. The sum of the angles of a hexagon. So first question is how many sides? 6. So n equals 6. We know that to start. Okay? Then I know that the sum of my angles, this just means sum, okay? Not as in like part of them, as in the addition of them. The sum of my angles is equal to n minus 2 straight angles. I know that's my formula from what I was given, right? Okay, so I plug in 6 for n. It's 4. A straight angle is 180 degrees. So it's 720 degrees.
So, how did you get the 180? I'm not sure.
That's how much a straight angle is.
Oh. I think you're supposed to find 180 that.
does each shape have like on the inside? You know how a triangle's interior is always equal to 360 degrees, right?
180.
180 degrees.
Because that was one straight angle because that's 3 sides.
So it's 180 degrees, right?
Yep.
Every shape have 180 degrees inside?
No, every shape, like for example, a hexagon inside has 720. That's what the formula is for. N minus 2 straight angles. Number 2. If 4 of the angles of a pentagon are 94, 112, 110, and 98 degrees, what is the 5th angle? Well, first of all, let's figure out how many total degrees we have to work with. So how many sides are in a pentagon? 5, so n equals 5. Then the sum of my angles must equal n minus 2 straight angles. So we take 5 minus 2, which is 3, times 180. 540. All right, so I know that all my angles has to equal up to 540. All right, here's some review concept for you. Then we use algebra. So we know that all 4 of those plus a 5th thing must equal 540. We subtract all that, and yes, we do get 126 degrees. Number 4. Oh, sorry, there you go. I thought we were done. Number 4. How many degrees are there in each angle of an equilateral polygon of 4 sides?
90 degrees. Are you okay? You're like frozen.
I typed up my math wrong.
Google ESP.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. If we didn't know it off the top of our head, because we know it's a square and it's 90 degrees, okay? If we didn't know that off the top of our head, all we would do is use corollary 26-1, which says n minus 2 over n straight angles, okay? Wow. This is equal to 4 minus 2 over 4 straight angles. Okay, so we end up with 2/4 straight angles, which is
1/2 of a straight angle is 100 degrees.
right, which is equal to 1/2 a straight angle, which is 1/2 of 180, which equals 90.
Oh, I did it differently. What I did is I
Dude, that was
figured
so
out
complicated,
figured out how much degrees was in it because I did 180 times 2 is 360 degrees in the whole shape, and then I divided 360 by 4.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
But that way is
No, it's just you just shortcutted the order of operations. It's fine.
I think mine was shortcut.
Okay.
I only did 2.
All right, try not to laugh too hard when you guys see what I had originally typed, because I made it. Oh, you can't see it. All right, you be quiet. I accidentally did where it was 2 on top instead of on bottom. All right, anyway. How many sides has an equiangular polygon if one of its angles is 120 degrees?
3 sides.
No.
Isn't it 3 sides? Because it's a triangle. 3 sides.
No, it's not. It's not.
No, it's not. Yeah, he's looking at me funny.
Okay. First of all, we know 2 things. First of all, this is an equiangular polygon, so all my angles are the same size.
It's a pentagon. Am I wrong?
Anyway, we're told one of its angles is 120 degrees. So we're going to use corollary 26-2, which says that each of the exterior angles, or all the exterior angles, equals 2 times the straight angle, so 360 degrees. So basically, if we have 120 degree internal angles, we have 60 degree external angles. So each of the exterior angles must equal 60 degrees. So the sum of my exterior angles is 2 straight angles. Okay, stop saying sides because you're not right. All right, anyway. So we have n times 60 equals 360, so we divide both sides by 60, and we find out that we have 6 sides, which means we have a hexagon. All right, and that's it. I don't know why I thought that would take 2 days.
Well, then let's just stop here for now.
All right, listen up. You guys have homework. Sorry, I'll come back to that in a minute. You guys do have that homework section due tomorrow, so make sure that that's caught up. You should be submitting it on Google Classroom. There.
Is it due tomorrow by 8:30 or is it?
It's due tomorrow at some point. Like, turn it in tomorrow. All right. Anyway, as long as it's submitted on the calendar day tomorrow, I don't care.
Okay, yeah, because it says 8:30. I'm like, I don't watch it.
Yeah, I stopped putting times.
Yeah.
Anyway. The whole reason for that was the theory was I was going to be able to grade during the first 2 periods, but I get interrupted too much to do that. All right, anyway. So with that, then the other thing you need to know is that quiz 16, minor difference, is over 220 through 222. So basically what we did this week plus one section before that, that will be Tuesday, the 12th. Okay, so that'll end up being Tuesday. We could do it tomorrow, but I already had it scheduled, so that's what we're going to do.
Mr. I have a really good idea for you. Since I had to get a bunch of homework, right? And since you don't have anything to do tomorrow, why don't you just create every other class's homework on Friday and during our class? Because we already learned everything. We learned everything.
Reasons. Okay, yes.
I'm just kind of confused on the part where you pulled the 6 sides, or how you pulled that.
360 divided by 60?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
What is number? What section? Chocolate no longer tastes good. Oh, you can't put them back. You can have these. No, I don't want your chocolate. I wasn't gonna put them back. I was gonna give them to you.
I don't want them. Lena Empress has a gift for you.
There you go. All right. Past that, distance learners, I will see you guys on Monday, I guess.
mic'd up. Okay, due tomorrow is section review 7.1, if you haven't finished it already. Also tomorrow we have quiz 13. It was scheduled for today's lesson, but I postponed that. You have the review sheet in your packet, so make sure that you study for it. It is not open book. DLs. Some of you, I do not believe, got the quiz, okay? Because I wasn't sure who was going to stay on DL and who wasn't. So let me know if you do not have the quiz, and then I can send you a copy of it, okay? So let me know. Let's get into lesson 66 today. See how far, it's a long lesson. 13. Okay. There we go. Sound waves is what topic today is. Here's the question. What is sound?
Their vibrations traveling through a medium in the form of a longitudinal pressure wave.
Very good, cheater.
Hey, I was on the other page. See?
Okay, sound is vibrations through a medium. Okay, remember we said in our previous lessons that there's that medium that all the waves go through. Okay, and sound is the vibrations that are going through it. Okay, in longitudinal pressure waves. Now the particles of the transmitting medium, or the molecules, they oscillate back and forth parallel to the direction of the wave motion. So you've got your up and down, back and forth of your waves. Yes, sir? Sound? Okay, thanks, Maya. I'll send you the copy. Probably tomorrow morning, okay? DLs will send you the copies tomorrow morning, but let me know. So within this medium, within this vibrations, we have this compression pulse, okay? This is just a high pressure area in which the air molecules are bunched together, okay? The key words there are right along with the word compression. You're compressing something together in this spring, in this wave, in however you want to look at it. And it's that pulse at that moment. Yes, sir. Ricky?
So when you're doing like you have compression fans on, like is that the same kind of reaction happening with the compression fans? Just like they compress them?
Yes. Yeah, basically. Okay. Thanks, Lacey. We'll get it to you. And thanks for the quiz from yesterday. I'll write that down here real quick. Okay. Moving on. Now, sound requires a medium to be transmitted. Okay? If there's no medium, you don't hear it. So, the infamous question that comes up,
If a tree falls in a forest and no one's there to hear it, does it actually make sound?
exactly.
Or is it that one of the analogy where, like, have you ever seen your neighbors put their groceries in, like, take their groceries out of the car? You've never seen that?
Multiple times.
Nobody ever buys kosher table salt. It's always just there by default.
Gus Johnson?
So, we assume, okay, because we know what it sounds like when a tree falls. But if there's no medium there for you to hear it through, is it making a sound? Okay? But that's what we're talking about. Sound requires a medium. Okay? Now, cannot travel through a vacuum. Okay. What is a vacuum, Adrian? What's a vacuum? Not a Hoover instrument. Not something to clean the floor with. Okay, good. Good job. Okay, so sound can't travel through it. Okay, because there's nothing there. Huh? Right. That's my assumption. Yeah, that's the way I take it. Okay. Now, Robert Boyle. Okay. Vacuum. Robert Boyle performed this experiment. Okay. Demonstrating the importance of matter for the production and transmission of the sound waves. He used a watch alarm with the sound. So Boyle suspended a watch in a place in an airtight gas container connected to a vacuum pump. Okay? The watch's ticking could not be heard, but in the jar you could see the second hand keep moving. So you knew it was working. Okay? When the air was slowly admitted back into the chamber, he started hearing the ticking of the watch. And thus he concluded that you can't hear sound in a vacuum. Yes, sir. What? 1B? There's no 1D. There is no 1D. It's there it is. There's no C. 2C? Did I skip that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. My thumb got a little click happy. Okay. A rarefaction wave is just a low pressure in which the air molecules are farther apart. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. My bad. That's the first one this year. Okay. Now, in the human ear, as another example, this is God's marvelous design. Okay. The curves in the cup shape of the visible part of the ear gather the sound waves, and we're talking about your outer part of your ear, the cups part, and the roundness, the ovals, the grooves in your ear. Okay. They help to funnel the sounds into your auditory canal. The sound waves then travel through the auditory canal to the eardrum, causing it to vibrate at the same frequency as the waves. So, kind of a understood answer, understood question kind of here. What if a person doesn't have the outer ear? Okay.
Because although there is no cup to funnel it, there would still be some like waves and stuff.
There would be some sounds that still
Like when Mike tested bit off that guy's ear.
Do you,
But not all the sound will go in, so it would be like harder to hear.
you think it'd be harder or it would be softer? I mean, I don't have an answer. I'm just speculating right now.
Because you still hear it, but it's not as
Whoa, whoa, one at a time, please. One at a time.
It'll be softer because there's still sound coming in, but it's just not like all getting pulled in, so it's not as strong.
Okay. Okay. So the outer ear is just the funneling part of the sound for your ear. Shh. The vibrations. The vibration is transferred to the hummer, the anvil, and the stirrup, which are the three bones inside this, three small bones inside the ear. The stirrup connects the cochlea, okay, that coiled aspect inside the ear, okay, the fluid-filled tube protected by the bone of the skull. Each group of the hairs are tuned to a different frequency. Now, when I read this, I almost, for some reason, I had never heard that before. Now,
Well, Gabby, look, it's your last name over there.
well, okay, I know why. I know why I was questioning this. Okay, it just dawned, guys, ladies, it just dawned on me why I personally was questioning this, because I was connecting myself the two different types of hair, the hairs in the ear and the hairs in your nose. The hairs in your nose are therefore to collect the dust, thus creating your boogers, okay, with the snot. But the hairs in your ear are there to help with the vibrations. But you don't want to let the hairs keep growing. Okay? Otherwise, you'll cut off your sound system. Huh? Well, either your barber or whoever cuts your hair can sometimes clip out on the outside. I have hairs that grow out here, so Mrs. Bonilla cuts my hair, so she cuts those off, some of the hairs that grow in here. And so it's just a matter of just going in with the little scissors, or sometimes you, yeah, yeah. Um, my beard shaver has a special nose hair trimmer that could also be used because it's round, so it could be. Trouble is, when you personally do it, you have a hard time seeing where you need to get and how deep, and sometimes you go too deep. Okay? And then you don't have any sound at all at that point. Okay? But, yep. Okay. But yeah, there's, good question though. Okay. Now, so, hey, the unique design of God. Shh, ladies, 10th grade. In the shape of the cochlea. To amplify the frequency that still has to be distorted or detected, excuse me, and diminished frequencies that have already been detected. So the air itself is, or the ear itself, the hairs and everything, are all keeping these sound. Now, I think you can kind of tell where we're leading with this.
You know what's so gross? Wait, go back, go back. You know what's so gross? The bone stuff. All the little holes? That's disgusting. It's the sponge. That's what I'm talking about. Not the snail part. The bone sponge part. Yeah. That's like sickening.
Okay. Where's Little Rock? Idaho, Arkansas, Arkansas. Little Rock, Arkansas. You know how long it's been since I've studied the states, so okay, just give me a break. Yeah. Colorado, California. Yep. That's true. That's true. Okay, some characteristics of sound. You have, first of all, the intensity. Shh, Doug, Derek, Ricky. What?
Dude, that's like a python and a bird had a baby. And it was like a hybrid.
The strength of the sound wave. Okay? The intensity. The intensity of sound waves, shh, is the power or the amount of energy per unit time. Hey, hitting any surface with an area of 1 unit, okay? So, that's the sound. That's the intensity of the sound wave. The two areas that intensity of sound is related to are, shh, it's directly Thanks, Jeremiah. We'll get it to you. The two areas that the intensity of sound is related to, first of all, it's directly related to the energy of the wave. Okay? Not the energy of he wave, the wave. Which in turn is proportional to the squares of both the amplitude and the frequency. I don't know. What's B?
It's the letter after A.
Really? I always thought that the alphabet went to A, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. And then someplace in the back half of it, B fell into there someplace. Okay, letter B.
I think we can agree that we all have basic head muscles. Because your head is so heavy, everyone's neck must be like, ooh.
Okay. Shh. Gabby, Gabby, Gabby. Thank you. Age Austin, Ricky, Lena, and Gabby. Gabby more than Lena. Okay. Thank you, Gabby. Now, letter B that I skipped. Sorry about that. It says the SI unit for intensity is, anybody know? What? 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 No one's getting it. Yes, it is what? It is what? That's British for what? 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 Okay. Or capital W. I don't know. Okay. Huh? Yeah, it's what? W-A-T-T. Okay. What? W-A-T-T. What? Oh boy. Lena. Douglas. Austin. Hey. Okay. Charts out. Charts ready to go. Okay, so here's the two areas that intensity of sound is related to. First of all, the energy of the waves. It's directly related to that. Secondly, the distance from the source of the sound. Okay? Is a train's horn the same frequency 3 miles down the track as it is at the railroad crossing that you're at? But now listen to what I say, is the train's whistle sound the same frequency 3 miles down than it is here? Okay. But you can't hear it because of the distance, right? Okay. Who said that? I remember that. I do remember that.
And I was like, well, he was black,
Uh, okay. Second characteristic is loudness. This is the effect of intensity on the way the human ear perceives the sound. Doug, and Lena, Gabby, Okay, loudness. The effective intensity on the way the human ear perceives sound. Is this intensity or is this sound? Is this intensity or is this sound? Where in that illustration does intensity fit in? Huh?
Wait, just because it's strong, wait, just because it's strong, technically it doesn't mean that it's loud.
Okay.
Like when you text in all caps, like it's not loud, but you think it's loud, but it's not. And I don't
Never have figured that one out. Never have figured that one out. Okay, now, shh, hey, is intensity a sister to sound?
Yes.
Okay. Was intensity and sound both in my illustration? Gabby? Was intensity and sound both illustrated in my illustration? What's intensity?
The strength of a sound wave.
What's loudness? Okay, just a minute. Derek, Amethyst, Avery.
Actually, if they are like together, but they're not the same thing because intensity, something can be intense, but like some person can't like
Lena 2.
loud. But loudness is what you hear. You hear it as loud.
Okay.
But there are like sort of they can go like hand in hand because something can be intensity and loudness, but it's like not always the case.
So, get these two things clear in your mind. Intensity is the strength of the sound. Loudness is what the effect is what you hear from the intensity. Okay? So, loudness is basically the adverb describing intensity. Okay?
Saying that I am intense. I don't know what to say to that.
I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. There you go. Okay. Adrian? Adrian, do you have a question? Yes. Okay. Now, shh, with sound, shh, with loudness, you have these categories. You have these, you're about to get a demerit. We have these categories. Sound intensity level. This is a measure of sound intensity that better reflects perceived loudness. Okay? Sound intensity level. The basic unit of sound intensity level is the bell. Okay? Or B. Named in honor of Alexander Graham Bell. An increase in 1 bell represents a 10-fold increase in intensity. Amethyst, I'll give you a warning on that. Keep going with that. You got your second check. Number three, an 8-bell sound is 10 times in intensity as a sound of 7B, and 100 times the intensity of a 6B. Okay, so an increase of 1 bell represents a 10-fold increase. Okay, so keep that in mind as you're going through stuff. A decibel, or D, small d, capital B, is the unit of sound intensity that is 1/10 of a bell. So a sound intensity level of 0 dBs or 1 bell, decibel or 1 bell, represents an intensity of 10 to the negative 12th watts per meters squared.
Hey, so you know those noise canceling like
This is called the threshold of hearing.
you like the noise canceling headphones and how they're like, oh, it cancels sound out up to like 10 decibels. How loud would that be? Like 1 bell basically then?
Basically, yeah. What? Oh, well, hold. Oh, oh. He had his hand up. Intensity. 1 what? 1A? 1B? 1B? 2A is sound intensity level. 2A1 is bell. Okay. So you got decibel, letter B. I'll look at that one later. Okay, so let's look at this just a little bit. Okay, just to get an understanding of where we're at. The threshold of hearing is at 10 to the negative 12th. Okay? 0 sound intensity. The rustle of leaves. I thought I put that on there. There it is. The rustle of leaves is 10. There's nothing on there. The threshold of hearing. The threshold of hearing, I forgot to say it as a definition, sorry, is the smallest intensity the human ear can typically detect, which is basically 0, okay, on the scale. So, here's that chart. The rustle of leaves is at 10. A soft whisper, that some of you don't know how to do, is at 30. A quiet conversation, which the two girls are doing right now, is at a 50. A loud conversation, which none of you are doing right now, which basically I'm kind of doing, is at 60. A vacuum cleaner, if we turn that on, would be at a 74 decibel. Physical damage to ears occurs at 100 decibels. A power mower is from 90 to 100. A rock concert, this is why you shouldn't attend those for one reason, is at 100 to 115. Propeller airplanes at 120 meters is at 110 decibels. A propeller airplane at 130 meters is at 110. Personal stereo headphones at high volume is at 114 to 128 based upon the headphones. A chainsaw at arm's length, okay, is at 116. The threshold of pain is at 120, which means your ears start hurting at 120. A jet aircraft at 30, full power, is at 130. The immediate damage to unprotected ears starts at 130 to 145. A 22 caliber rifle, 1 meter from the muzzle, is 132, 139. A hunting rifle is at 150 to 170. A rocket launched at base of launch pad. So if you were at the base of a launch pad, you would hear a decibel of 180 and you'd probably go deaf if you weren't protected. Okay? I don't know. Well, it's definitely worse than somebody blowing a whistle. I guess that's what you're talking about, right? Here, you want me to try? Okay, so staying on the second characteristic. The inner ear can be permanently damaged by very sudden or prolonged blast of high intense sound. Okay? Sounds exceeding 130 to 140 decibels, Amethyst, that's 2.
No, I'm sorry.
Can cause pain and irreparable damage to the inner ear. Prolonged exposure at even 100 decibels can cause permanent damage. Prolonged.
My earbuds
Okay.
only go to 200 decibels. They don't go less.
That's going to conclude today. Your homework for tonight basically is just to read 170 to 173. But if you haven't finished 7-1, get that done. Study for quiz 13. We will do it tomorrow. Be ready. DLs, I hope the sound is with you. Have a good day. That's
All right, let's get started. We're on 4.2, talking about the addition property of inequality today. Basically, it states that the same... Can you not, like, be as gross as possible? All right, so let's say I had 2 is less than 3. I can... Stop talking. If I have 2 is less than 3, I can add 4 to both sides. 2 plus 4 is less than 3 plus 4. And it will still be true. 6 is less than 7. Yay! Okay, that's the addition property of inequality. If I subtract 4 from both sides... Whoops. If I go back and try to subtract 4 from both sides, 2 minus 4 is less than 3 minus 4. Well, then I'm going to get negative 2 is less than negative 1, which is still true even if it looks wrong. Okay? Because keep in mind, negative 2 is more negative.
Oh,
Yeah. So it looks wrong, but it's correct. Okay? So I can do this too. Great. That's today's lesson. All right. Example 4.2a.
Hold up.
For real?
Negative 2 is more negative what?
Negative 2 is more negative than negative 1.
Oh.
So it's less.
It's opposite. Yeah, because it's negative 2.
Yeah. Again, it's yes once you think it through, but at first glance it looks wrong because 2 is less than 1 is all your brain sees. And then your brain puts in the negatives like, oh, yeah, I guess so. Fine. But I'm watching you. You know what I mean? Like, yes, no, maybe?
So what is the point?
Maybe that's just me.
Why are we trying to solve this? I'm so confused.
This is a thing. That's all you need to know. And I'm going to show you how to use it. I'm going to show you how to use it. I'm just telling you we can right now. Hi. Okay. I don't know what's going on. All right, example 4.2a. Are you okay over there? All right.
You okay?
Adrian. Yeah. And now Rick. Shh. Do you all honestly, like, I just have to ask this. Are you all honestly unaware that you're, like, making noise?
Yeah. I mean,
I was kind of like wheezing.
Okay.
I always
4.2. We have x minus 2 is greater than 3. Okay? So because I can add or subtract anything from both sides of an inequality just like I can an equation, this one's very easy. We just add 2 to both sides. X is greater than 5. It's solved.
Oh, yeah.
Magic.
Yeah, all right.
But it's something that we have to go through and explain. So then on our number line, I know I do that to myself way too often. Okay? I'm just going to do 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, it's greater than, so that means 5 is not a solution. I'm going to use a different color here. All right, so it's not a solution, and I'm going to shade everything to the right because it's greater than. I know it's ugly, but I'm trying to show it realistic. All right. Does that make sense?
That's beautiful in my shades.
Oh, my word, we're done. Example 4.2b. We are given the problem 3x minus 2, x minus 4 is less than 5. Okay, I'm going to need a new screen.
This is easy, bro.
So far. Wait until we teach tomorrow. All right, so 3x minus 2 times x minus 4 is less than 5. I thought it was hilarious. All right.
Go to vacation tomorrow.
You only do it because you know I'm going to say something about it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, there's just one more trick with the multiplication and division, but it's not a big deal. All right, you just have to keep track of it. So, I'll tell you tomorrow. Today, we're working on addition and subtraction. All right, so we have 3x, this minus 8, Austin, zip it. The minus 2 going to each term inside the parentheses, okay? So negative 2 times x is negative 2x. Negative 2 times negative 4 is negative 8 is less than 5, okay? So far, so good? Nothing all that new? All right, 3x minus 2x is?
1x.
X. Yep. I don't know what just happened there. I swear, this thing like is both too sensitive and not sensitive enough. So x minus 8 is less than 5. How do I get rid of this negative 8?
Negative 8.
You subtract. No, wait. I'm doing that on.
You add it. You add it, guys. Like the number of people who said subtract. All right.
To get rid of negative 8, you have to add 8 to the glove.
I was thinking adding, but I said to.
All right, cool. 5 plus 8 is?
I don't know.
5 plus 8 out of 13.
Wait, hold on. What did we do wrong? Oh, derp.
Oh, 2.
Funnily enough, that the people who said -8 were actually correct in the end, like had I done the problem right in the first place.
I've learned something and use them.
I already know.
Okay, -2 times -4 is +8,
Yeah.
which means we have a +8 here, which means, yes, we do in fact do -8. My bad. You be quiet. All right, so 5 minus 8 is?
5 minus 8 is -3.
-3. Okay, so we get out our number line. Shh. We get out our number line. Of course, you all would fill in the rest of this number line. I'm not going to. And, okay, equals is not an option, so we leave an unfilled circle, and we shade entirely to the left. Make sense? Yeah, that's why the arrows. We're only ever showing a piece of it.
Miss Fred, would you be mad if like I got like 3 papers and continued like one big gigantic line in all of them?
I mean, I don't know why you would. That would be such a waste of paper, but, you know.
And I sent it to you? Like,
Recall that the sides of an equation can be switched. X equals 2 may be written as 2 equals x, but it is preferred to keep the variable on the left. Similarly, the inequality x is less than 2. Hold on, I'm going to need a slide for this. Okay, if I have x is less than 2, this is the same as 2 is greater than x. When I flip it, the sign has to go with it. With equals, it doesn't matter because equal is the same thing. With inequality, I have to keep that order of inequality. So if I flip an inequality, the sign flips too.
So you flip x and 2, you have to keep it with.
Yeah, the sign comes with it. Okay, you can think of the sign going with that. So this would not be the same as 2 is less than x. No, that is not the same because 2 is not less than x if x is less than 2.
insane.
Like if you think that they're,
Wait.
it'll take a solid minute, but yeah. If x is less than 2, 2 can't be less than x.
Yeah.
So you have to flip the sign. That's why it's like that. Okay, so just mentioning that here because example C.
Oh, my hand sanitizer smells so good.
Example 4.2c, we have the problem 3 is greater than or equal to 4x minus 3x plus 3. Well, first of all, we have 4x minus 3x, which, like, seriously, guys, why don't we just write x? But anyway. And then we're going to subtract 3 from both sides, because that's what we do. And so x is less than or equal to 0. Okay? Or sorry, 0 is greater than or equal to x. And then when we rewrite it, x is less than or equal to 0 would be how we rewrite it, because it's preferred this way, because then when we go in through and graph, the direction of the sign tells us the direction, and of course we fill in the circle and shade. It's a lot easier to see with a different color, but you get my point. Yes?
Why was it 4?
4 minus 3? I was so close to recovering that.
Marked off if we put like 1x instead of just x or like.
Please don't put 1x.
1x.
I won't mark it wrong, but like, please don't. For your final answer, don't.
1.
That's fine. It's fine if it's something that helps you, just not for your final answer.
Yeah.
1x.
All right, thank you, by the way. All right. Where'd my clipboard go? I keep hiding things from myself, and I'm excellent at it.
I thought I remember you throwing it.
Yeah, it's over here. I tossed it gently. I did not throw it. Okay, I'm out. Let me see here. Homework tonight, practice 4.2 all 15. You have 15 questions. Chill. No, it's really not. Really chill.
It's addition. Calm
The
down.
person that doesn't even turn into homework.
Yep, not my problem. All right. Anyway, homework tonight, practice 4.2 all. Tomorrow we'll get into 4.3. That's it. That's all I'm doing.
That's it.
That's it. That's all there is to this lesson
Why do you need teachers?
for the rest of the year.
That's the problem.
For the rest of the year.
We don't need teachers. We teachers try to teach kids.
Friday. Tomorrow. Yeah, but when's the like actual?
And on Tuesday. Okay, buenas tardes. Buenas tardes, Derek. ¿Qué tienes en el pelo? Una colita, ¿no te gusta? ¿Una colita?
Sí, se ve muy guapo.
Why,
There's a camera on now? I'm not going.
why are you wearing a ponytail?
It's not a ponytail, it's a little like sprout.
A little sprout. No, it doesn't. Okay, who can tell me the verse without looking? No, without looking. Okay. Oh, no, that's cheating. Who can tell it to me without looking?
I think it's this way. Mr. Brown, can I move my cart so I can see it?
Oh, yeah. Any of the guys know it? No? Okay. Okay, let's say it together, okay? Repítanlo conmigo. Hebreos 4:12. Porque la palabra de Dios es viva y eficaz y más cortante que toda espada de dos filos y penetra hasta partir el alma y las coyunturas y los tuétanos. Okay, again. Hebreos 4:12. Y más cortante que toda espada de dos y penetra Okay.
I got lost at like halfway.
Okay, again. Hebreos 4:12. Either or. Yeah. Just one. Oh, yesterday. I ended up coming because someone went and covered me. Okay. Yes. Y más, M-A-S. No. De dos filos. Y penetra. Here, I can write down for you.
Yes, please.
Penetra.
That's tomorrow, correct?
Yes. Hasta partir el alma. Two. Las coyunturas. Y los
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, let's say it one more time. Hebreos 4:12. Las coyunturas y los tuétanos. Okay, ¿qué color es esto? ¿Qué color es? ¿Qué color? Negro. ¿Qué color es mi vestido? What is it? Azul y? We haven't learned morado, but purple is morado, just so you know, okay? ¿Qué es esto? ¿Qué es? Un vestido, okay? ¿Qué color son mis zapatos? You see them? ¿Qué color son mis zapatos? Negro, okay? ¿Qué color es la camisa de Ricky? ¿Qué color? Blanco. La camisa. What is it? Rojo, okay? ¿Qué color es la camisa de Ricky? Rojo, okay? ¿Qué color es el suéter de Andrew? Gris. Es el gris, okay? ¿Qué color es el suéter de Derek? ¿Qué color es tu suéter? What color is your sweater? Or your shirt? Gris, okay? Good job. Okay, everyone go to page 59. Okay, page 59, everyone. Let's go shopping. Let's go shopping. Yes.
You pay it, we're down.
Whose is this? Page 59.
Oh, spider.
Okay. Page 59, let's go shopping. You need to look for, you need to send, you have to wait for, you have to take along, or you have to wear. You want to take, you want to leave behind. You prefer to show, you prefer to keep. You are able to buy, or you are able to exchange or change. Okay? Page 60, let me read those in Spanish for you, okay? Vamos a comprar, okay? No, I mean, vamos de compras. Okay? Usted necesita buscar, usted necesita mandar, usted tiene que esperar, usted tiene que llevar, usted quiere tomar, usted quiere dejar, usted quiere enseñar, usted quiere guardar, y usted puede comprar, usted puede cambiar. Okay, if you notice from 6 to 15, all those words have their singular, like, or they're going to use the yo, okay? So it's referring to the personal way of saying it, okay? Yo busco, yo mando, yo espero, yo llevo, yo tomo, yo dejo, yo enseño, yo guardo, yo compro, yo cambio, okay? When it's saying usted, it's referring to someone else, okay? If I say usted, usted tiene que buscar, usted quiere buscar, I'm talking about someone else, okay? If I'm talking about myself, I have to, like, look for something. Yo busco, okay? Yo busco, usted busca, okay? Those are the different ways. That's why they have them there, okay? So if you want to refer to yourself, you use the one in parentheses. If you're talking about someone else, you use the ones that is out of the parentheses, okay? Okay, let me read this in English, and you say them in Spanish, okay? So it's going to go 1, 6, 11, then 2, 7, 12, okay?
Yes, sure.
So, okay, you need to look for. Usted necesita buscar, okay? You need to look for. Okay. You need to send. You have to wait for. Tiene que esperar. Okay, we're going to add the que right there, okay? Usted tiene que esperar. Usted tiene que llevar, okay? So you have to wait. So you're going to write, if it's better for you, write the word que in front of esperar, okay? And in front of llevar. Because in Spanish it wouldn't make sense if you say usted tiene esperar. Does anyone else talk like this? Tiene esperar? No. Okay. Usted tiene que esperar, usted tiene que llevar. Okay, I'm going to read it in English. You have to wait for. You have to take along. You want to take. You want to take. No, take. Take is what? Tomar. Okay? You want to leave behind. Dejar. You prefer to show. And you prefer to take. No. Take. Not mean to keep, sorry. You prefer to keep. Guardar, okay? And you are able to buy. And you are able to exchange. Okay. Let's read them together in numerical order, okay? In Spanish. Usted necesita. No. Numerical order, okay? So repeat after me. Usted necesita. Usted tiene. Usted quiere. Usted prefiere. Usted puede. Buscar. Esperar. Tomar. Enseñar. Comprar. Mandar. Llevar. Dejar. Guardar. Y enseñar. Okay, you say it in Spanish, okay? You need. You have. You want. You prefer. You are able. To look for. To wait for. To take. To show. To buy. To send. To take along. To leave behind. To keep. To exchange. Okay. Let's go to 10B. Okay, 10B, which is page 61, okay? The quality and size. How do you like it? How does it fit you? I'm going to read them real quick, okay? What size is it? What size are they? What brand is it? What material is it? I like it a lot. It fits me. It's too big. It's too small. It's too long. It's too short. Okay? Number 1. How do you like it? ¿Le gusta? O ¿qué tal le gusta? ¿Le queda? O ¿qué tal le queda? ¿Qué talla? It's what size for clothes. ¿Qué números son? It's what size are they for shoes, okay? In Spanish, they use like what number is it, okay? Which we don't use in English to ask for your shoe size, okay? But in Spanish, we ask like ¿qué números son, okay? Like, yes. Yes. Okay? ¿Qué números son? ¿Qué marca es? What brand is it? What material is it? ¿De qué material es? I like it a lot. Me gusta mucho. It fits me well. Me queda bien. It fits me big, or it's too big. Me queda grande. It's too small. Me queda pequeño. Me queda largo is too long. And it's too short is me queda corto. Okay? Let's read them together in numerical order in Spanish, okay? On 62. Page 62. Ready? Begin. ¿Qué tal le gusta? ¿Qué tal le queda? ¿Qué talla es? ¿Qué números son? ¿Qué marca es? ¿De qué material es? Me gusta mucho. Me queda bien. Me queda grande. Me queda pequeño. me queda largo, y me queda corto. Okay, on the top left, it says, tamaño is the most general word for size. Okay, talla, size, is used when referring specifically to clothing. Número, size, is used when referring specifically to shoes and gloves. Okay, so when we say talla, it's referring to what? Clothing. When we say número, what is it referring to? To your shoes, okay? So número is your shoes, and talla is what? For what? For your clothes. The word tamaño is you can use it, but tamaño, when we say tamaño in Spanish, we're referring like the size of something, okay? Like, ¿qué tamaño es? We're asking like, what size is it? But we're referring to like, how big is it? How long? So it's not referring to clothes or like your shoes just per se. But some countries I know, like in Panama, we don't say tamaño. Do you guys say tamaño? You do? Like for like, okay, ¿qué tamaño es? And you say like a small or something? Yeah, okay. Like we don't use it, but I know in Mexico and other countries they say ¿qué tamaño es? And that's the most common word they use for size, okay? So if someone asks you ¿qué tamaño es de suéter? You will give them like your sweater size, okay? Or your shoes. For shoes too? Yeah. Okay. Let's go back and I'm going to say them in English, you say them in Spanish, okay? Number 1, how do you like it? How do you like it? Number 2, how does it fit you? What size is it? What size are they? What brand is it? What material is it? I like it a lot. It fits me well. It's too big. It's too big. Okay. It's too small. It's too long. And it's too short. Okay. Let's see them again. I'm going to read them in English and you say them in Spanish, okay? So the quality and size. No. La calidad y el tamaño, okay? The title. Quality and size. La calidad y el tamaño, okay? How do you like it? Okay. I like it a lot. Oh, good job. How does it fit you? It fits me well. What is it? Me queda bien. What size is it? It's too big. What size are they? Okay, and what's the difference between those two? Which one is for shoes? And which one is for clothes? ¿Qué talla es? Okay. It's too small. No, it's too small. Me queda pequeño. Pequeño. It says it's too small. Me queda pequeño, okay? What brand is it? ¿Qué marca es? What's your favorite brand? ¿Cuál es tu marca favorita? Rick? Nike? Nothing? Nike? Who else? American Eagle?
What are we talking about? Gucci, Supreme, Louis
Gucci? That's too expensive. I can't afford that. Noah, ¿cuál es tu marca favorita?
Gucci.
You have one? Jesse? You have a favorite brand? Tu marca favorita? You don't? Andrew? Adidas? Gabby? Tu marca favorita?
Walmart. Depende de qué, de ropa.
De ropa.
De ropa. Rafita.
¿Cuál es tu marca favorita?
How do you translate? No sé. Translate. So.
No, tradúzcalo. Marca? What is marca in your book?
Brand. What's my favorite brand?
Yeah.
Gucci.
Muy caro. Okay? What is caro? Who remember what is caro? Rick? Expensive, okay? What is barato? Cheap. Okay. What material is it? ¿De qué material es? Okay. Me queda largo. What is it? What is it? Long, okay? It's too long. What is it? It's too long. Me queda largo, okay? It's too short. Corto, okay? It's too short. Corto, okay? Corto y largo, you use both of these and pequeño for masculine or feminine, okay? Like I would say, me queda corta, okay? Let's say I'm referring to a skirt, okay? La falda, what is la? Is it masculine or feminine? Feminine, okay? So la falda, the word would end with a, okay? If I say el pantalón, is it masculine or feminine? Masculine, okay? So, say el pantalón me queda, do I say corta or corto? Corto, okay? So whatever you put in the front, la or lo, you would put the last vowel at the end, okay? Does that make sense? So el pantalón, it'll be, if it's masculine, you know it'll end with o, because you want to say el pantalona, okay? So el pantalón me queda corto, o me queda largo, okay? O largo. Me queda largo. Okay. What is unique? Unique. No, unique. Like you need something. What is it? Usted necesita. You have? Usted tiene, okay? Usted tiene. You want? No, you want. Usted quiere, okay? If it's referring to yourself, yo quiero, usted quiere. Yes, yes. You prefer? Usted prefiere. And you're able. But usted puede. When you're talking about yourself, it's puedo. But you're talking about someone else, usted puede, okay? Yes, puede. To buy. To buy. Comprar. To show. Enseñar. To take. Tomar. Tomar, okay? To leave behind. Dejar. To send. To look for. To take along. To wait for. And to exchange. And to keep. Keep. To keep. Guardar. Okay. Okay. Okay, tomorrow, we're gonna have your verse quiz. Okay, tomorrow we're having our verse quiz. Only two tuétanos, the funny looking word, and yes, yeah. No, it is. It's not. Okay, and then I'm gonna try. I'm at this. And then I'm going to try to have a worksheet that includes pages 51 all the way to 62. Okay? So review those. You're going to do those on your own. And your homework is page 211 to 212. Okay? Page 211 and 212. Okay, let's review our verse one more time. Hebreos 4:12. Porque la palabra de Dios. Okay, again. Porque la palabra de Dios es viva y eficaz y más cortante que toda espada de dos filos y penetra hasta partir el alma, el espíritu y las coyunturas y los tuétanos. Okay, this verse is going to be fill in the blanks, okay? So I'll make it a little easier for you guys, okay? So just make sure you are going to put in the right words, okay? What? ¿Qué me gusta? ¿Qué? Oh, your verse? Okay, I just want to see that you did it. Two. Okay, you went the extra mile. Did you get my email? I answered you about including Ellie. That's perfect. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, then practice it. Huh? Oh. Oh, let me I want to look at it.